I'd like to call the full authority meeting on Thursday, November 19th, 2020, the meeting to order. I would like to ask our Executive Director, Grant Beval, to please do the roll call.
Thank you. It's Executive Coordinator. I'll accept the Director position, but it is Coordinator. Sorry. Member Beattie. I see him. I'll presume that's a yes. Member Brady?
I'm here, thanks.
Member Bilsma? I do not see Member Bilsma. Member Clark? No Member Clark. I understand Member Kuhn-Peterson is not able to attend.
Okay.
Member Cridland?
Present.
Member Fior?
Present.
Member Foster?
Present.
Member Halinga?
Present.
I also understand Diane Hewson sent in regrets. Member Ingrao? I see him.
I do too.
Member Kawal?
I'm here.
Member McKenzie?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Member Metcalf? Member Rapley?
I'm here.
You. Member Shurton? It's not. Member Steele? Member Smith? Member Woodhouse? Member Wright?
Present.
So, and of course, Member Johnson, or Chair Johnson, is here. We have 12 members in attendance. We have a bare quorum.
Thank you, everyone. And we're going to try to get through this quickly so that we can maintain quorum. And I suspect we're going to have more members show up at 9:30 as per our regular time. So, Gina, I just want to put that out to you, because if we are in closed camera, we're going to have to invite them in. So thank you, everyone. The Niagara Peninsula watershed is located on the traditional territory of Indigenous peoples dating back countless generations. We want to show our respect for their contributions and recognize the role of treaty making in which is now Ontario. Just to let you know that there have been some comments that our meetings are getting a little casual, and that's on me. I just want to put that out there right now. I'd like to blame COVID because we're sitting at home in the comfort of our own chairs, and things are a little bit more relaxed than usual, but I just wanted to let you know that I will make a more concerted effort to bring protocol and decorum back into our meetings. Today, we are having a training session, so it seems appropriate that we start that training to get back into formal procedures in preparation for when we get back into the formal setting. Please note all comments and questions will be done through the chair, and proper titles for both staff and board members will be expected. Don't worry, I'll correct you if you fall off the rails. Having said that, in the interest of timing, I will maintain the procedure of asking those who are opposed when any motions arise to help move things along. For those that are watching today, we will be going into closed session for training purposes immediately after the approval of the agenda, and any declarations of conflict are recorded. We will resume the meeting in open session after the training is complete, and we expect that training to be done by 11 o'clock. So first of all, I will Member Beattie and Member Brady. Moved by Member Beattie, seconded by Member Brady, that the approval of the agenda. Are there any opposition? I'm seeing none, and I just saw Member Bilsma. Good morning.
Good morning.
And I am okay. Then I'll ask Member Bilsma to move. And are there any declarations of interest? I'm not seeing any. So remind everyone, please mute yourselves. That would be great. So now for the purpose of education and training members, I'm going to ask our executive coordinator to put up the motion to go into camera, please. And it will be moved by Member Cridland and seconded by Member Fior, that we move into closed session. So I'm just waiting for, there we go. I don't think that's it. Okay, I gotta have to read this down here. Okay, that the meeting of the Board of Directors of the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, thank you, convene in closed session at 9:11 a.m. in accordance with the section 8.6 of the NPCA administrative bylaw, which states, a meeting of the board may be closed to the public if the following conditions are both satisfied. A, the meeting is held for the purposes of educating or training the members. B, at the meeting, no member discusses or otherwise deals with any other matter that is materially advances the business or decision making of the board. Thank you very much. And it's moved and seconded. We can take down that on share, please. And I'm just going to look to see if anyone is opposed. But I just need to see everybody's faces first. I'm not seeing. Oh, sorry, we have a caller. Who's our caller?
It's Member Shurton.
Good morning, Member Shurton. Good to see you or hear you.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to enter in, but my password doesn't work. So this will be my last meeting if it's virtual, because this is a bunch of BS.
Okay, thank you. All right, folks, I don't see any opposition, so we are going into closed session. So I'm going to give everybody a couple of minutes to go grab your coffees, and we're going to go into closed session, and Gina is going to bump out whoever should not be in here in closed session.
No, I've never been there. Okay. Well, welcome back. Our next item for the agenda is approval of minutes. And this is to approve the minutes from the full authority meeting of October 22nd. And I have a mover of member Brady and a seconder of member Beatty. And just a second, we're having a technical difficulty for a second.
Kevin, you're still unmuted.
Thank you, member Wilson. Okay. Kevin, you're not muted.
He is now.
Thank you. Is there any opposition to approving the minutes? Please speak up. Because I can only see a few faces, but I'll try to correct that. So the next item is correspondence. I see there is none. Presentations, there are none. Delegations, there are none. Consent items. First, the consent item is the federal 2021 pre-budget submission recommendations for investments for an economic recovery, August 4th, 2020. This is for receipt. Can I have a mover to receive this report? Thank you, Member Bills. Can I have a seconder? I can't. Member Brady, thank you. And any discussion? Hearing none. Any call the question? Anybody opposed to receiving this report? Okay, motion carried. Thank you. And discussion items.
Member, Vice Chair, the
Go
chair
ahead.
is back on.
Say that again. I didn't hear you, Member Bill.
Vice Chair, the chair is back on for your information.
Oh, thank you very much. Chair Johnson, are you with us?
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. I'm so sorry, folks. We've been having nothing but issues with the internet in Winona. I don't know how Stu's making out or Member Beatty's making out, but I'm really having a struggle here. So thank you very much. I take it we're on discussion items at this point in time.
Yes.
So thank you. Report number FA-60. This is the 2021 Conservation Area Rates. I'm going to ask Director of Operations and Strategic Services, Adam Christie, to give us a Coles Notes. And if there's any questions, Director Adams will be happy to help you. Or Director Christie will be happy to help you. Go ahead, Adam.
Good morning, and thank you through you, Chair. This is the rates. So this is a proposed fee schedule for 2021. You can see mainly we haven't increased things too much. We're asking for a 1%, a $1 increase rate to our transient camping and a 2% increase to our seasonal camping. We have a full conservation area rates review going in 2022. So we look for a more fulsome report in 2021.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for Director Christie? Thank you, Member Foster.
Yes, thank you. So through to Adam, just wondering, these increases and stuff that you're looking at, are these required or are these just normal step-ups that we try to do to keep up with inflation, et cetera? And the reason is that, you know, like everywhere else, you know, there's a lot of pressure on all organizations to try and hold things in check. We're feeling that at the region. I'm sure our friends in Hamilton are. I'm sure our friends in way down country, Shirton and the gang. I'm down in Haldeman. I'm just wondering, can you just explain a little bit the rationale here? Is this just a normal step up?
Thank you for the question. Through you, Chair. We typically look at three kind of avenues when we do our rates. We look at supply and demand. We look at comparison of other conservation authorities and local competition. And then we also, obviously, inflation and cost of living. So those are the things we usually decide on our prices. We will also take into account factors that we certainly didn't predict, like this year, the inflation of PPE and items like that, and certainly looking to make sure our cost infrastructure supports good state of repair and repair to all our infrastructure as well.
Okay, well, this, of course, is coming in as the monies that come in through this, I believe, tie into the operational side, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Director Christie? Seeing none, I am going to ask Member Foster, second by Member Ingrero, to approve this. Thank you. Any opposition? Member Clark, would you like to speak or just in opposition?
I wish to be recorded as opposed. I don't think we should be putting up user fees at this time.
Thank you. Anybody else opposed? So we have one opposed, and that's Member Clark. Thank you. It's carried. Discussion items B, 9B. This is a verbal report that CAO Sharma is going to give us on the Bill 229, and this is the letter to the province for the board endorsement. And I think we can also, between Vice Chair Mackenzie and myself, we can also answer any questions and give you some updates on what's been happening. So CAO Sharma, are you on the line?
I am. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yep. Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me start by just pointing that late last night, we sent you a package. In that package was a staff report and a draft letter and a series of attachments that we have used so far in our advocacy efforts. This item is related to the current Bill 229, that's being debated at the province. It pertains to conservation authorities. And Madam Chair, on behalf of NPCA staff, let me just start by thanking you and Vice Chair Mackenzie and our board members for your leadership and support on this very, very critical issue. We are pleased to see the support of our municipal partners, those who have already voiced their concerns and taken the initiative to take action. And finally, I thank all NGOs, community groups, and residents of Niagara, Hamilton, and Haldimand who have taken the time to voice their support on this matter to support conservation authorities. The NPCA is working closely with other conservation authorities and Conservation Ontario to ensure consistency in our approach and messaging. The report in front of you provides an overview of proposed amendments, their implications, and our recommendations to the province in 4 critical areas that impact our work, roles, and responsibilities. These areas are the overall mandate of Conservation Authority under Section 20 and 21 of the Act, governance issues, Conservation Authority enforcement and planning issues, and the proposed transition provisions as proposed under the amendments. The changes, as I have indicated to the board in my previous communication, contradict the recommendations of the Auditor General related to the transparency and accountability and progressive enforcement matters. In the interest of time, it will be important to field any questions from members. We have done several updates, and you have the report in front of you. The next step really is to finalize the draft letter that is attached with the report for the chair's signature and send it to the Premier. I must say that as of this morning, I have heard that there will be community opportunities for committee hearings. So I will ask Darren, who is more aware of what's going on in the outside world while I was sitting in this meeting, so he can update us if needed. But that's a very positive move that I've heard this morning. I think there is lots at stake here. Conservation authorities need to step up and make sure that the province is hearing us. We value the partnership with the province. We are willing to work with them. We have been working with them. This is not the first time that the CA Act changes have come to the forefront. This has been going on since 2010. And if you recall, MNR identified the responsibility of conservation authorities through the CALC process, they called it, and all conservation authorities adopted that. And in 2017, after massive consultation, the amendments were proposed, and we were working closely with the province on those. And as a result of that, we were hoping that in 2019, we will be working with the province on the regulations specific to the unproclaimed sections of the Act. What we are getting here, just for the information of members, is not just the regulations, but also some other changes to the legislation itself. I'll stop at that, and I have with me staff here, Darren McKenzie, David Deleuze. We will be able to take any questions you have at this point. We are asking for your support to go forward and submit this letter either today or tomorrow to the province and participate in any next steps with other conservation authorities.
Thank you. I see a question from Member Clark.
It's not a question, Madam Chair. It's a comment. So when you want the comments, come back to me.
You know what? I think we're going to open it to comments and questions. But having said that, if Darren and David want to also just finish off what CAO Sharma was saying about the community involvement. So I think we all need to hear that information first, and then we'll go to comments and questions.
Thank you. Just come back to me, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Darren.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I'm just going to go back to the information I'd found this morning. For the orders of the day, they did state that when the bill is brought back, it's going to be ordered to the Standing Committee on Finance and Economic Affairs, and that the committee be authorized to meet at the following times for the purpose of public hearings: Monday, November 30th, Tuesday, December 1st, and Wednesday, December 2nd. I can send out the link to this information to Grant, and then he can forward it to everyone as well. But that was as of right around 9 o'clock this morning.
And thank you for that. Thank you for that, Darren. So as Member Clark reminded me, we'll do questions first. Are there any questions for the staff at this time? Seeing none. Okay, Member Clark, we'll go to comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I have read the bill. I cannot, in all good conscience, see anything that strengthens or improves the Conservation Authorities Act. In fact, it's quite the opposite. It is reducing conservation authorities to the role of conservation cheerleaders. They might as well send us some pom-poms, because we are no longer involved in the planning component. We are no longer authorities on conservation. They're taking that away from us to satisfy a few loud developers. I find it reprehensible that these changes were buried in a budget document. It's an omnibus bill. For those who aren't familiar with Queen's Park procedures, by doing it in the manner that they did, they have avoided the 30 days of public comment under the Environmental Bill of Rights Registry. And what they've done is reduced that 30 days to 3 days of comments or hearings before a standing committee that will be the majority of the members on that standing finance committee are government members, and they are simply going to parrot what the government tells them to do. That's the process. So it is incredibly frustrating to find ourselves in this position, to find them gutting the act, to find them removing citizen members. I've worked on the Hamilton Conservation Authority for 12, 13 years. My experience with them goes back 30 years. I have never found a citizen member who did not provide valuable insight to the Hamilton Conservation Authority. Not once. We don't have an issue with citizen members. I don't think we have any issues with citizen members on the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority. I have enjoyed working with the citizen members. They have provided valuable insight. They have asked probing questions. They have fulfilled their roles admirably on this Conservation Authority. I cannot express the level of frustration with the provincial government that I have at the present time on this issue. And for me, it is absolutely shocking that it is a progressive conservative government that is making these changes when it was a progressive conservative government that created conservation authorities in the first place in 1946. So I know I'm preaching to the converted here. I'm hoping the media are online. I have written and shared my comments with the government. I know Hamilton will be doing a similar thing. The Hamilton Council will be doing a similar thing to what we're doing here. And we just need to step up this fight. I don't want to be a cynic, but it feels like they're doing this under the cover of COVID, because all the media, everyone's concentrating on the COVID pandemic, and we'll just slip this through the back door. That's what it feels like. And I can honestly say it is not going to improve our planning process in Ontario. It is a regressive step. And I'll stop speaking now before I start using swear words. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I couldn't say it better myself. And I've got Member Brady, and then I'm going to go to Vice Chair McKenzie to sort of report on our meetings with the MPPs. And I would also like to ask Vice Chair to reiterate what he said to both MPPs about the insurance companies, et cetera, which was so well done. So Member Brady, you're next.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. I agree with Brad's comments, but I think it's very important that as we move forward, that the allies that we need in this fight are the municipalities. And I think that each of us have a role to play in there. The NGOs certainly are important, and I'm not trying to minimize their importance. But if there's going to be a strong commentary from the municipalities, and hopefully from AMO, that I think the provincial government will listen. So each of us have a role to play in terms of, if you will, bringing our municipality on side, or at least providing the opportunity for our municipality to comment on this particular issue. Thank you.
Thank you. And I did ask all the board members to reach out to their respective municipalities to get their endorsement on the letters that we're sending out as we speak. Vice Chair McKenzie, if you don't mind, I'm just going to put you on the spot a little bit so you can reiterate what happened yesterday with our two meetings. And also, I really liked what you said to both those MPPs, and I think that hit home a little bit.
Thank you, Chair Johnson. Yesterday afternoon, we met with Chair Johnson, myself, and CAO Sharma. We met with MPP Donna Scully earlier in the afternoon, and later in the afternoon we met with Niagara West MPP Sam Oosterhoff. It was appreciated that they made the time available for us during their busy schedules. Both of the MPPs said that they would take our concerns back to the minister. We expressed our concerns that, and for the sake of time, I have to thank Member Clark for putting our feelings so succinctly. We may not have expressed them in the strong as words as Member Clark, but we tried to get those points across. One of the things that we noticed in this whole process is that the provincial government, to our knowledge, has just begun discussions with the insurance industry, if they have indeed. As most members, as we will all recall, or may recall, the largest insurance claims in this country are to do with flooding by all means. You know, you have the major flood that was in Calgary, the floods that were in the Muskokas, the floods that were on the St. Lawrence River in Quebec. Those were huge. And even the floods that we had in Binbrook, Stony Creek on the Red Hill Valley, Don Valley, West Toronto, these are all within the last decade. These insurance claims come up to $1 billion easily each. The investment in conservation authorities by the province now is minimal. Today, I think the NPCA receives 4%. Some other authorities receive less. But we're challenged with protecting our communities from flooding. And it's been proven time and time again, $1 put in to prevent flooding and proper watershed management pays big time when nature brings its worst to us. So that's, in a nutshell, message I tried to express to the MPPs. Chair Johnson spoke very well about what this is doing to the community and the need for, there's no one else out there that the public can reach when they've got environmental concerns. Try to get a hold of somebody in a ministry office. Conservation authorities across 36 watersheds in Ontario where conservation authorities exist, they pick up the phone and a citizen can talk to the responsible party. We are the agencies that the public can touch. So Chair Johnson, thank you for this opportunity to speak to the board.
Thank you. And just to finish off that whole conversation about meeting with the MPPs, we made it very clear to the MPPs how valuable our private citizens on the board are, and that we are robbing ourselves of a valuable asset and resource if we limit it just to a particular profession rather than reaching out to the community at a whole. We also talked about the AG report and how it's in complete conflict, and a lot of the recommendations the AG recommended for the NPCA, that we were basically put more.
And she froze.
Ah, that's too bad.
What's going on? I'm going to finish up quickly now. So anyways, is there any other comments for anyone here on the Member Foster?
Yes, thank you, Chair Johnson. And what I want to just say with this is that, it's my expectation and everything that's been laid out to us here, this is going to likely pass through this committee. I mean, I'm presupposing, but so this needs to be going to the municipalities to also be moving motions in this particular area, I would think. I have seen, based on our documentation we've got back in and through already, some municipalities already have. So anyway, my intention, and I had a discussion with Councillor Hewson, again, assuming that we're going to pass this, that we're going to, if nothing else, try and make sure that we have a motion that's either a notice of motion or a motion coming through Niagara region. But a question So I'm reading all of this stuff. There's been no consultation time whatsoever. This is like bang, this is done. Have a nice day. So it is now in effect as it's going on, or has the budget bill not been passed yet? Just out of curiosity, does anybody know that?
Go ahead, CAO Sharma.
No, it's gone through the second reading, as we know. Yesterday or day before, it was going through the second reading through you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so then it's almost done. So if I was to bring this forward then to Regional Council, it needs to be done likely at our meeting tonight as quote unquote an emergency at this point in time because they're about to do the third reading. So okay, thank you.
Thank you. Member Woodhouse.
Thank you.
Member Speedy.
Thank
Go
you,
ahead,
Madam
Member
Chair.
Woodhouse.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. I'm disappointed greatly, but I'm not surprised. We've seen this kind of omnibus bill slide through many things, not only at the provincial level, but at the federal level as well. It seems to be something that governments sees as an opportunity. This being one of them. I'm really, befuddled as to well, I shouldn't say that. I'm not befuddled. I actually know why they're doing what they're doing. The thing is that it's shocking to me in light of the fact that, in our board in particular, what we've been through, what this board has been through in the previous, dealing with these problems that we've had in the past is kind of indicative of, what lies ahead again. And I think that it's a huge mistake. And I don't think they're going to back away from it. I think they have their agenda and they're going to push it through no matter what. I personally have spoken to our mayor about it. Him and his council are prepared to endorse any action or any recommendation that this board is prepared to put forward. They don't agree with it at all. So I'm hoping others may talk to their municipalities and their community political leaders to get them on this bandwagon about this thing. The general public has no idea this is going on, and it's very disappointing because for one who got on this board and wanted to become a member of this board for a specific reason, given what's taken place in the past, this really cuts my legs off in terms of trying to make the kind of advancements that I think we all in unison believe we need to make, and it leaves us all, those that are non-elected people, left out on the outside as if we don't matter, and I share Brad's comments about the members on this board and other boards where the general public's participating in, and the value they bring with it. It's invaluable what they bring. It's amazing how much insight you get into so many different areas when you are inclusive as this is. So I would encourage any member to talk to their mayors, to talk to their councillors, talk to their MPPs, and express our concerns about this. And hopefully, they'll have second thoughts if they get enough current going up against them. They just may, modify this. I hope so, but I'm not encouraged by it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have Member Beatty.
Click. There we go. Thank you. Bruce, you mentioned when you and Brenda sat down with our two MPPs, you had the discussion, but did you get a feeling of their response to you, where they are in this? Are they hardcore with the party position, or is there some way of resolving Schedule 6? other than to kill the whole thing?
I am probably not the person to ask right now. I think we should ask Vice Chair McKenzie. He's so much better at putting this into kinder words than I would. Vice Chair,
I just want some words.
Go ahead, Vice Chair McKenzie, if you don't mind.
Member Beatty, I am not optimistic. Responses are prepared by, I think, ministry staff. They're standing firm with the government's direction. They were listening to us, but there was no resolve. And we asked for time so that we could, that conservation authorities and the communities could continue these discussions. No promises were made. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, but did you get a read for them? Was there any, what you're telling me is that they gave you talking points and there was really no insight, no discussion.
I think you frame it right, Member Beatty.
Okay, because when I examine, and I've only gone through it a couple of times, there's a couple of things in there that I wouldn't mind seeing, but the bulk of it is not in the best interest of the Conservation Authority. I'm just wondering if what the government has given us is a blueprint of where they'd like to go. If they pull back now, they still have Bill 108 on the table. I take it that Bill 108 has now been put on the shelf, and we're dealing with Bill 229. And Bill 229, if anybody read through it, there's 44 schedules. And usually when they do an omnibus bill of this size, the schedules are interrelated. One affects the other, one affects the other, one affects this, one affects this. So for us to ask for the repeal of Schedule 6, has anybody worked out what the impacts are on the other 43 schedules?
From what I know, Schedule 6 could be easily, I'm going to say easily pulled out, and the government could proceed.
If they easily pull that out, we can...
Hang on a sec, folks. Can we, just to reiterate what I said at the beginning of the meeting, can we please go through the chair and don't talk over each other? Thank you.
Oh, hi, Chair. Okay. Sorry, Bruce.
That's all right. I apologize, Chair Johnson. And
so through the chair, Ms. Member Beatty, you want to finish what you were saying, please?
Well, if we're successful in repealing Schedule 6, and that portion of Bill 229 is taken away, we've still got to deal with the long-term impact of Bill 108. So I think possibly we should be looking at, the government is sending us a blueprint, and even if they pull Schedule 6, they're still coming with Bill 108. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Everyone else, please mute yourself. Are there any other comments before we move on? I don't know if Member Rapley, are you waving at me or are you adjusting your camera?
Well, I'd like to make a couple of comments. And if you look at the whole history of what the government has done, they have ran through many things, including the getting rid of all the green programs and so on. And what they've done with the ministry, there's so many experts that are gone. And the Ministry of Natural Resources, the way it was, is basically now very ineffective. They can't even drive their cars or attend meetings. They have to give their talks in advance. They can't mention climate change, which is absolutely astounding. So this is the kind of thing that happens where they'll just ram something through, and they might get a slap on the hand a few months down the road, and it's really sad. So the Auditor General has fired off these requirements. she did an article in the Toronto Star this morning. It's not specifically on this topic, but is there a way that she can be brought right up to speed on this and perhaps become engaged in at least pulling Section 6 out for further discussion? Because it's not going to get proper public review, and later on it will be criticized for that when it's too late.
And thank you for that, Member Rockley, but I can tell you from talking to the MPPs that the Auditor General gives recommendations, gives advice, but it's the government that rules overall. So they can choose to obey that advice, or they can choose to put it in the garbage. So I don't know if you want to take a huddle somewhere, and we'll take this offline and figure out something from strategic wise. I'd be happy to help out, but that's what we were hearing from the MPPs yesterday about the Auditor General, because especially when we kept bringing in all these recommendations the AG was making for the NPCA is in clear conflict now of what the new Bill 229 is going to suggest. So any other comments? Seeing none, thank you. So I am going to ask Member Halenga and seconded by Member Kewal that we receive Chandra and Darren's update on Bill 229. Is there anyone here opposed other than to Bill 229? Thank you. So that's moved. We're going to go on to committee reports, please. So Member Foster, okay, so right now we're at Governance Committee. And this is the minutes of the meeting that was dated November 5th, 2020. This is just to receive. And then we're going to ask Member Foster to speak to the evaluation of the CAO and the board members portion of this committee report. So Member Foster, are you okay to do that? You have to,
sorry.
there you go.
Yeah, no, my mind's in about 3 different places at the moment.
I understand.
I'm trying to figure out what the motion is going to be at Niagara Region tonight for this other thing. I think it's important that we get that onto the agenda. So the minutes are what they are. I really don't particularly want to talk to them per se. Member Johnson, if anybody has any questions about individual items, I'd be more than happy to answer.
My apologies. Thank you. So we're going to receive the minutes first. So it's moved by Member Foster, second by Member McKenzie, that we receive the minutes, of the Governance Committee dated November 5th. Are there any opposition? Seeing none, thank you. And now we're going to tweeze out a report out of the Governance Committee, and this is the CAO's evaluation process. Member Foster, I didn't know if you wanted to speak to that, of what it was decided.
Yeah, we had a good discussion at our meeting to talk about this, and there's been some suggestions on some ways we can tweak this even further. But again, as everybody can see through the discussion that we had, it's and by the way, it was a good, thorough discussion. I might add as well. So there's a number of issues within this that that we talked about. Our thinking, we want to make sure that all of basically the CAO review, we're thinking that one of the things that was talked about was keeping this on the year-over-year basis, as opposed to when the CAO was actually hired. That led to an interesting discussion as well, because let's face it, I think we, from annual general meeting through to the next following year, pretty much want to hold our CAO accountable to where it is that we happen to be going. So anyway, I don't know, the Misty was involved with this meeting as well. Is there anything, Misty, you wanted to really point out that is drastically different? I don't think there is. So,
okay, through the chair, Misty.
Through you, Chair. No, the report here lays out the procedure for how we would go about ensuring that we have a process in place to evaluate the CAO's performance, which came out of one of the recommendations of the Auditor General report. And then the Governance Committee has provided some direction on competencies to be included. And further recommendation, as our current CAO is approaching her 1-year mark, the further recommendation would be to approve and implement this in the month of December.
Yeah, and the
Thank you.
And the good thing about this is we did hire Chandra on the 1st of January, so year over year, calendar year works quite well for us. But thinking that stuff into the future, it might be handy just to for future boards. Anyway, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And so it's been moved by Member Foster again and seconded by Member Rapley to approve the report regarding the evaluation for the CAO. Are there any opposition to this? Seeing none, it is carried. Thank you very much. We're on to the Strategic Planning Committee. Natalie Green, who is the project manager, it will answer any questions right now. This is the minutes of the Strategic Planning Committee that was held on November the 3rd. So it will be moved by Member Kaywell, who is the chair of that committee, and seconded by Member Shurton. Are there any questions or comments? Any opposition? Seeing none, thank you. And that's moving on to the Finance Committee. So we have minutes from October the 29th. Can we please get those received? So we can do that first. So I've got Member Smith and seconded by Member Woodhouse to receive those minutes. No opposition. Thank you. So as far as the remaining of the reports, because there's 2 reports here, there's a financial report, the Q3 2020. We need to have that approved. Director of Corporate Services, Lise Gagnon, is here to speak to this report, and but CAO Sharma would like to speak first. So we'll go to CAO Sharma, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My apologies. I'm not turning my camera on because when I do that, I get booted out of the system for some reason. Doesn't like me.
We won't make jokes about breaking the camera then. Okay, go ahead.
So I just, our director will present the report and the ask of board members, but I want to take a minute to just highlight a few things. Important for members to know that NPCA manages its own surplus and deficit. Municipal levies provided to us to undertake a work program and to deliver on that is a critical priority for NPCA. And in 2020, we not only deliver on our goals and priorities that we set out at the beginning of the year, but we went beyond that, both in terms of investment in staff resources to deal with and funding to deal with COVID pandemic. Fortunately, our parks provided the much needed outlet to communities, and we've dealt with a lot of pressure. We invested in that. Since July, when our parks opened up, this resulted in better than expected attendance at the parks and positive revenues towards the second half. At this time of the year, it is a general practice for us as staff that we do projections to year end so we can proactively manage our cash flow and budget rather than scrambling year end. So there has been a small surplus, and it has provided us an opportunity to deal with some of the critical projects before you and before year end. It is here for your approval, but the projects, as you know, are either shovel ready that we can implement in a month's time, or making the project shovel ready, or what you see on this list is smaller projects that have been pending and that we need to complete before the year end. Large scale capital projects that were deferred are not here because they take longer amount of time and more scrutiny and more approvals. So they are still going on to next year. And that's all I wanted to say. I ask for your support, and I will hand it over to Lise now.
Just before we hand it over to the Director of Corporate Services, we are discussing 10.3.2, the financial report, or are we talking about the draft operating and capital budgets?
At
or
this
do you want to do them?
Madam Chair, at this time, we were talking about the variance report, the Q3 report, because there is a ask of board members.
Thank you. And so just for the members to be clear, we're just talking about the financial report right now, the Q3 2020 for approval. So Director of Corporate Services, Lise Gagnon.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you. Through you, Chair Johnson. So the Q3 report at the end of September provides for an operating surplus of $2.3 million. The October numbers are in, and it's consistent with that. So that this particular surplus has certain timing issues of timing where expenses are typically back-ended. This was exacerbated by receiving the levy early from Niagara Region, so that so we needed to eliminate some of those timing differential issues in order to arrive at what was true surplus at the end of the day. So through the forecasting exercise, we have identified the ability to redirect operating surplus dollars from operations over to capital in the amount of $534,000. The projects that we are proposing to move forward with to utilize this surplus are outlined in the report that you have there, FA 5820, and certainly staff who submitted projects for this surplus are in attendance and can answer any of your questions. First and foremost, I'd like to stipulate that the surplus that we are proposing to reallocate to capital is the result of better than expected performance in self-generated funds. So it is not related to the levy. Adam has provided finance with a detailed explanation of what drove these surpluses, and we're happy to respond to any questions. But essentially, it was better than expected revenue for day use and transient camping, and coupled with some expenses that we were able to avoid as a result of the pandemic in some cases. So, for example, reduced casual wages because the wedding business was not undertaken in 2020. So, so that speaks to the operating side of it. In terms of the current position for the capital envelope at the end of September, total project spend to date is 1.3 million against an envelope of 2.5. Changes to highlight: we management elected to proceed with a critical health and safety project at Balls Falls related to the septic system. That has resulted in decisions to defer non-critical projects or those projects that were approved by the board in 2020 over to the 2021 timeframe, and they will be coming forward for review as part of my next report. To provide you with an update as well on the debt financing for the Hamilton septic system at Binbrook. My understanding from my contact finance staff at Hamilton that it is going to committee today, and we expect to have some kind of an answer by the end of the day. It looks positive at this point. We have proceeded without the need for an MOU, given that we confront the expenditures related to the Binbrook septic and submit expenses, which allows us to move forward in a more nimble fashion. So that is my sort of Coles notes as far as this report, and happy to respond to any questions.
Okay, any questions from the members? Member Cable.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, this item is shown as a Finance Committee agenda item. So I just want to make the board aware that the forecast and the recommendation that's coming forward to you happened after the Finance Committee meeting on October 29th. So the Finance Committee is actually not in a position to actually advise you on the merits of the recommendation. I just wanted to make that clear. And I do have a question. Through you, Chair, to CEO Sharma. I'm a little unclear on your second recommendation. should you be putting a dollar value in there? Because the second recommendation just says reallocating all self-generated funds. And I think at this stage you're saying the surplus is 1.1. Later in the briefing note, you actually talk about allocating 534,000. So is it the 1.1 or 534 that you're asking us to reallocate?
Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Member Kewal. That's a very good point. I agree with what you are suggesting. It has to be a dollar value, so I'm happy to amend that recommendation if needed, or has that as a general direction for staff.
Thank you. Member Kewal?
So through you, Chair, is it the 534 you're looking to reallocate or the entire 1.1 million?
Through you, Madam Chair, it's the 5. Yes.
Okay,
Member
thank
Kewal,
you.
did you get that?
Yeah, so
okay.
Could we then change the recommendation that actually references the recommendation number 2 that actually references $534,100 in self-generated surplus to critical capital projects? I'd be happy to move that amendment, Chair.
Thank you. And I think I heard CAO Sharma said that that was the intent anyway. So it's moved by Member Kewal, seconded by, can I get a seconder, please? Seconder by Member Bylsma. Any opposition to that amendment? Seeing none, thank you. And Member Kewal, you still have the floor.
Those were my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And I have Member Bylsma now, please.
Yeah, thank you. And I just wanted to make just a brief comment that I think we're as a conservation authority, we're reaping the result of somewhat of a hasty and challenging decision that was made in the first year when we were trying to understand the situation. And to a certain extent, we were all new members on the NPCA, and we made a hasty decision to affect the capital spending in our organization, and we're reaping some of the results of that. We took, I think it was in the order of about $500,000 out of our capital, and we put a freeze on the land planning, and it's unfortunate. I don't think we understood properly at that time, but it does speak to kind of a general concern that we should understand that our staff has the best interests of the organization in hand, and so we should be very careful when we go against a staff recommendation, as was done back in that day. And I think we need to work hard, especially at the Niagara level, to get back to that old level of funding for these types of projects, for the capital projects in our end of the Conservation Authority. So just that opening comment out there, and we've got some work to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Bylsma. Any other comments, please, before we move on? Member Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if I'm reading the report correctly, it says currently we have a $2.3 million surplus, and we're projecting it to be 1.1 million surplus by the end of the year. Did I read that correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, you did.
So do we have a set policy that any surplus for the NPCA will be spent in the capital budget currently?
Through you, Madam Chair, no, we do not. I'm working on a reserve policy as we speak. It is coming to the Finance Committee on December 3rd and to the board in December as well, which will govern the movement of funds back and forth from the reserve and into deferred revenues, depending on the structure of, we currently do not have a reserve policy, so it's a past practice is what we've been adopting. Certainly you highlighted that the third quarter surplus is 2.3. We're anticipating 1.1. We're also, it gives us the ability to purchase, PPE and COVID-19 issues, which are all operational, which are at management's discretion. It's the capital side of things that we wanted board approval to be able to move. There's no hard stop, I guess, between operating and capital reserves at this point. But it's prudent to come to the board for approval for this type of thing. Or requirement.
Thank you. Member Clark?
Yeah, I don't dispute that it's not prudent to bring it to the board. I'm questioning why we're doing it now and not at the beginning of the year when we've finalized our year-end surplus, because it's not final now. It's one thing to bring in a policy that says all surpluses from the NPCA in any given year will be spent in the capital budget. I'm all for that. It's a different story to say we've got $1.1 million and let's start allocating where it's going to go, because we don't know if we're going to have that $1.1 million yet.
If I may respond through you, Madam Chair, we're currently mid-November, and we're looking for projects that we can quickly shovel ready and that can be quickly initialized. So my anticipation, which is why there's a $1.1 million expected operational surplus, and we're only proposing to utilize 500,000 or 534.1.
Thank you. Member Clark?
Thank you. Record me as opposed.
Thank you. Any other comments? Thank you. Member Halenga? You're going to have to unmute yourself, sir.
Thank you. And some of the questions I had, Lisa already answered about Bimbrook. Member Kaywall has asked some questions, and mine are a little more technical in nature, which may not surprise many of you. The item for the drone, the RTK, and the software, I just wondered how many times per year it would be used for monitoring the dams, and how we go about overlaying the different surveys. This instrument is extremely sensitive. It's quite accurate. So I guess the first question I've already asked is how often is it used, and how do we use it for its intended purpose? And then I have a few follow-ups as well.
So I'm going to ask CAO Sharma to respond or to direct it over to our Adam Christie, please.
It's actually going to be Darren's team. I think Steve Miller is here, or Jeff Burkett. Any of you can answer this.
Okay, which one?
Sure, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes. And so the intent, we already have 2 drones in-house. The intent is to improve their capability by obtaining a GPS unit that would dramatically increase the accuracy of their mapping. And with that, you need a software to actually process all these thousands and millions of points that you're picking up. One of the key things that we're looking to use it for is change detection on Bimbrook Dam and our Virgil dams. With this, we would have the ability to fly these facilities and ideally twice a year, overlay the surveys and see, okay, are we seeing any settlement, any bulging? You know, that would give us an early warning that something may be happening at these structures.
Thank you. Member Halenga?
Yes, that's what I read as well. And they are highly accurate instruments. Are we able to use these over private property, or are we restricted as to exactly where we can use it? My intent of that question is that if we wanted to monitor a wetland and contour around a wetland, would we need special permission to use it in those instances?
Okay, we're getting into the nitty-gritties here, so we'll just do this. David? I think it was David.
Through you, Madam Chair, I can take that.
Thank you.
So there are.
Sorry, Steve. Thank you.
Yep. There are protocols in place when you're looking to fly a drone. The Conservation Authority has staff members that are certified pilots that have gone through the Transport Canada curriculum. There are also things you need to be very aware of. Not only do you have to construct a flight plan, but you can't fly over private property without permission. Okay, so we can use these drones for monitoring land, wetland monitoring. There are enforcement applications, but when we look to utilize them for enforcement applications, we need to be very, very cognizant of the rules and requirements around evidence gathering, permission to go onto lands, and that's where our enforcement staff are up to speed on those requirements. Because at the end of the day, what you do not want is to go and gather all this information and have it thrown out in court because it doesn't comply with all the legal requirements.
Thank you. So any other budgeting questions, please? Member Halinga, are you done?
Well, I just wanted to affirm that I am very much in favor of this particular item because of its value to the authority and to what we do and the time that it will save us in other efforts.
Okay, thank you. Any other budgeting questions? Member Foster, please.
Thank you very much. So through you, Chair Johnson, looking at this and understanding what it is that we're trying to do here kind of does not go against the good general principles of handling operations and capital. I'm looking at all of the good things that you guys want to do, and I'm generally supportive of what we're trying to do with that. This is an operational surplus that's coming in and through. Number one, and I will agree with Councillor Clark out of Hamilton. This isn't a guarantee yet. This is just the prediction that's going on with it, and we should not be spending money until we're absolutely sure that it is that it is what it is. Number two, if we're coming in with a surplus such as we're looking at here, what's the ramifications on next year? Are we, is there a consideration on what's going on with things? I mean, we raised our fees earlier in this meeting. Are there other considerations that are coming into play? So I'm not particularly happy with the fact that we're slotting this out the way that we are at this point. I think it's a little bit premature. So I'm going to be following Mr. Clark's lead, and I will be voting against this. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Foster, I don't believe I heard a question in there, but I sort of heard a question. Did you have any question in particular you wanted to have answered?
No.
Okay.
No.
Well, you were questioning a few things, so I just didn't know if you wanted a response. Any other questions, please?
It was just more a general rant and rave, but I'm still thinking, well, you heard what I said, so there we go.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions before we move? Thank you. So I believe we did the amendment. So now we're on to the, we did not do the Q3 2020 approval, correct? Executive Coordinator Bevo?
That's correct. So we need to pass a motion with the proposed adoption or the proposed amendment.
Thank you. So I will ask Member Wright and second by Member Kaywall to approve the financial report Q3 2020. No, Member Kaywall not to second it. Thank you. So I've got Member Wright, and I'll just pick at random. How about Members Rapley? Any opposed?
Oh, can I ask for a recorded vote, please? Can I ask
That'd
for a
be great.
recorded vote, please?
All right, I will, and I'll ask each one of you, please. So this is to approve the financial report Q3 2020. Member Clark.
Opposed,
you can just do thumbs up and down if you want. Thank you. Opposed. You can do up or down if you want, if that makes it easier, folks.
Actually, Member Johnson, may I call the recorded vote?
You may.
Thank you. I think procedurally that's the way it's been done in the past.
Procedurally, it should be verbal so that the public hears us.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So beginning with Member Beattie.
Opposed.
Brady.
Opposed.
Member Billsma.
In favor.
Member Clark.
Opposed, thank you.
I believe Member Kuhn-Peterson is still not in attendance.
Right.
Member Cridland.
In favor.
Member Fior.
In favor.
Member Foster.
Opposed.
Member Halinga.
In favor.
Member Houston is still not in attendance. Member Ingrail. Member
So
Ingrail,
John, we still don't hear. He's got his thumb up.
He is in
you.
favor. Member K-Wall.
Opposed.
Member McKenzie.
Opposed.
Member Metcalf, not in attendance, sorry. Member Rapley. I believe that was in favor. Member Shurton.
In favor.
Member Steele is not in attendance. Member Smith.
Opposed.
Member Woodhouse.
In favor.
And Member Wright.
In favor.
All right. Give me a moment here.
Technically, you should be asking the chair as well.
I'm sorry, you're absolutely correct. I forgot the chair. Madam Chair?
In favor.
Okay. So that's 10 in favor and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 opposed. Motion is carried.
Thank you. Okay, thanks, folks, for that fulsome discussion. 10.3.3 report FA 5922, 2020. This is regarding the 2021 draft operating and capital budget. This is for approval, but it's approval in principle, please. Just keep note. This is not the final approval, only for staff to meet with the municipalities for discussion. So we have, again, both Director of Corporate Services, Lee Scannion, and CIO Sharma are available for questioning. So we're going to start off with Member K-Wall, then we'll go with Member Clark. Anybody else, just wave and I'll put you on the list. Go ahead, Member K-Wall.
Thank you, Chair. So in the minutes of the Finance Committee that you just approved under item 10.3.1, the Finance Committee is recommending to the Board the approval of the 2021 draft operating and capital budgets for discussions with the municipalities. In providing that advice to the Board, I'd like to just highlight some of the committee deliberations for you. I've got 4 items here. The first one was with respect to headcount. The budget proposes to add 2 additional headcount for a total complement of 58. The Finance Committee does not have a mandate to review and recommend any HR changes, such as increasing the organization's FTE. That rests solely with the Board. To assist you, the Finance Committee recommended that management provide a justification report for the additional headcount, and you will find that on the bottom of page 3 and the top of page 4, pages 42, 43 of the overall package. The second item we discussed was capital projects. The discussion centered really on a lack of financial resources in the past several years, and its contribution to a significant backlog in the state of good repairs of the NPCA's assets and infrastructure. Management have estimated that the funding pressure is approximately $7.4 million. The committee also discussed whether or not some of those projects would be shovel-ready should funding become available. The details have been presented in the section titled Unfunded Budget Pressures on page 4. And just to be clear, none of these projects are included in the 2021 draft budget. There was also a discussion about the Niagara Land Reserve. The Finance Committee recommended that staff include in the 2021 budget presentations reinitiation of Niagara's contribution to the Land Acquisition Reserve. This recommendation is number 3 in the staff report, and the details are shown on the bottom of page 4. And finally, there was a discussion about operating reserves. The CAO did clarify that the roughly $500,000 shown in the capital reserve at the end of 2019 is really a liability for deferred capital projects, and that our capital reserve is essentially zero, supporting an asset base of about 20 million. There was acknowledgement at the committee level that we are, quote, hat in hand, the bank is empty, and we cannot ask municipalities to fund our reserves. Management noted, and Director Gagnon identified this earlier, that a reserves policy would be coming to the Finance Committee and to the Board of Directors in December. So those were the additional highlights from the committee. Thank you, Madam Chair, and quite happy to turn it over to CAO Sharma or Director Gagnon to talk about the details of what's in the presentation.
And thank you for that. So I'm going to turn this now over to, Director of Corporate Services, Lise Gagnon, please. And then I have a list of so far Member Clark, Member Bylsma, and I haven't seen anybody else yet. Just wave, and if you see my thumb up, it means I got you. Thank you, Jack. Go ahead. Go ahead, Lise.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a presentation that I will ask Gina to pull up for me. There was a copy of it included or circulated as well.
That's not it.
That would be it.
So can we mute everyone first, please? Thank you.
Gina, can you give me control?
Lise, I think you have to request it.
How do Okay. A little too fast. Okay, first slide, or no, this one. So we'll start with the 2021 budget assumptions. So these budget assumptions came through finance and to the board prior to staff initiating the budget process. The operating budget guidelines were provided by Niagara Region at a 2% increase over 2020. Hamilton, we don't have Haldeman budget guidelines yet, and that's not unusual given that Haldeman's portion is relatively small. Hamilton's budget guidelines have not been received officially, but unofficially we've been told that 2% is the expectation that we can expect. It should be noted that the impact of Bill 108 and Bill 229 are still unknown. Incremental expenses for COVID-19, we were asked to present them as a separate line item, given that there may be alternative funding available for expenses of this nature, and you'll see that as part of the presentation further down. So 2021 budgets include the operating general levy and the capital special levy. The 2021 remaining budget schedule. So we are. Chandra and I will be attending a budget workshop with Niagara Region on the 26th of November, which is basically highlighting what it is that NPCA does for municipal partners. It's to provide some depth of understanding and knowledge as to the programs and services that the levy is supporting. Okay. Levy apportionment. As I'm sure most members are aware, the levy apportionment is calculated from current value assessment data provided by MPAC and modified by MNRF based on CA levies regulation. So there is a small change for 2021. So Niagara's portion of total levy is reducing by 0.2648%. And of course, the other two municipalities pick up the slack because it needs to come to zero. So that's the difference. So the 2021 operating budget. So some of the changes for 2021, operating and capital budgets were presented together as opposed to as two separate presentations. The level of detail provided to the board and committee in 2021 versus 2020 is significant. There was some need to provide members with all of the information in years past, and certainly happy to provide any level of detail that you wish. I just didn't see a 600-page board agenda package was going to be to anyone's benefit. Operating expenses are presented consolidated budget only. You can certainly provide department specific budgets if requested. Capital line item summaries, no business cases, but they certainly are available if you wish to see them. Essentially, the zero-based operating budget this year is coming in at $9.865 million. So this is a summary of our operating budget revenues. You'll see that municipal funding comes in at almost 63% of the total. Provincial funding at 3.89. It should be noted, based on the discussion earlier today, that the MNRF portion is only $90,000, which represents less than 1% of total revenues. The provincial funding envelope or line item here includes MECP for drinking source water protection and the RAP program as well. Should note also that RAP funding is stabilized for the next 2 years and we have legal agreements in place. Self-generated revenues include land operations and permits and fees and constitute 27.18% of total revenues. We have taken an assumption of normal non-pandemic operations in 2021. Variances of note from 2020 to 2021 is educational programming is up slightly over 30%. Permits and regulatory fees are up 28%. And camping and day use in response to 2020 activity up 10%. Pardon me. These are the expenses by object. So salaries and benefits represent 67% of our total expenditures. Some of these individual line items, I thought it best to outline some of what rolls up into some of these specific line items because it's not always intuitive. So salaries and benefits is self-explanatory. Other employee related includes mileage and expenses, training, uniforms, health and safety, board and volunteer per diems, honorariums, mileage and expenses for board members and board development. Professional fees include audit, legal consulting, lab analysis, and contractor services in the restoration program. Vehicles and equipment is self-explanatory. Park maintenance, grounds, buildings, systems, tree removal, gate attendance, tools and supplies. Operating expenses include special event. So the festival is a key one. The Conservation Ontario levy, bank and credit card charges, and special events. Materials and supplies, postage, stationery, office supplies, printing, trees. Occupancy costs, office leaves, voice and data, capabilities, utilities. Property taxes and insurance, and marketing and promotion also includes community outreach and software license fees. As Member Kaywall mentioned earlier, when this presentation came to Finance, there was a request to provide additional details on the increased 2 positions for complement. One is in health and safety, and the second is a biology technician in watershed. Those details have been provided in the board report, as noted by Member Kingwall. Should note also that members should be aware of a 1.75% increase in salaries to meet the collective agreement requirement. Capital budget. Note to committee member, to board members that staff are in attendance to address any questions or concerned about specific projects. So this is the capital budget is presented broken down by department and further presented by the funding municipality. So any projects that are shared or that benefit the entire watershed are split in accordance with the 2021 levy apportionment ratio, which was implemented last year. So this is self-explanatory. Some of them are annual PC replacements, data center network upgrades, digital terrain model update, natural areas, ELC mapping, and a records management. We need to implement records management system. This will be a phased approach with 40,000 slotted for 2021. In land operations, I alluded to this earlier. Management needed to address a critical health and safety issue with regards to the Balls Falls septic system. And in order to do that, within the approved capital envelope for 2020, some of these projects were deferred. So the floodplain mapping for Beaver Creek, in fact, there we go, is proposed to be funded through OPG. So we were able to slot that as an external funding source. The CFC gallery upgrades, we were able to proceed with the site, the design, and some of the preliminary work, and we were able to defer the balance of it to 2021. But what happens now is that this is coming to the board for approval to allow us, pardon me, to restore the funding for these approved projects. It should be noted that the Balls Falls septic system was an approved board project with an estimated upset limit of 70,000. The RFP came in at 249,000, which is where the constraint came into play. The Balls Falls internet upgrade will proceed early in January, and the asset management program is in progress as well. Field center restoration phase 2, specific to Niagara. Roadway improvements phase 1 at Chippewa Creek, 100 grand in Niagara as well. St. John's Heritage Building restoration. Equipment is for the next several. Cave Springs parking lot and the roll-off dual axle international truck. So the total for land operations is $1,000,001 or $1,013,000. Watershed floodplain mapping, Big Forks Creek. Again, we are anticipating OPG funding to assist with that one. Water quality equipment, stream gauge equipment, and the Virgil Dam remedial measures as a result of the safety study that was done in 2020. So taking a consolidated approach, the capital target of 2% breaks down this way by municipality. So in total, these were the approved capital projects for each municipality, totaling $1,319,000. A 2% provision of 26,000. Pardon. For 2021 was 1,346,000. The projects presented for board consideration total 1,465,217, which provides for a variance of 119,131. That variance is required to allow us to address critical infrastructure and health and safety projects for 2021. So as Member Kewal mentioned earlier as well, as a result of some of the issues with our capital funding in the last several years, unfunded budget pressures from a capital perspective continue to build because we don't have the financial resources to properly address all of the infrastructure needs. So in order to sort of in order to bring board members aware of what these pressures involve, we classified them in these 3 categories, and they're outlined in the board report for you. So this is the levy summary that we are proposing to go forward with in discussions with our partner municipalities. So for Niagara, general levy for 2020 and 2021, special levy, the 2% provision has been adhered to. The same with Hamilton, and it should be noted also that these numbers include the shifts in levy apportionment that are that came down through MNRF. Haldeman's number is from a ratio perspective high at 8.87, but the absolute numbers are very low. And our conversations with Haldeman last year, they're aware of this, and it's not problematic. So from a consolidated perspective, the general levy last year was $6,092,000. It's coming in at $6,104,000. The special levy for operating here, which was related to the Binbrook Dam R&M, repairs and maintenance rather, has been absorbed into the general levy. The special levy for capital is outlined here. So at the end of so from a consolidated perspective, we are looking at a 2.12% increase, and the 0.12 is driven by the Haldeman ratio that skews the total. The COVID-19 pandemic expenses are coming in at 109. So the Finance Committee had a fulsome discussion on land acquisition, both for Hamilton and for Niagara. It should be noted that staff have been directed to explore resuming contributions, and it's our intent to continue discussions that have been initiated with our municipal partners, and we will be presenting to the board the results of those conversations. So we have presented these below the line in the 2021 budget. So in terms of history, land acquisition for Hamilton, annual contributions of $100,000 were in place since 2016. There was a hiatus in 2019 as a result of the pending land acquisition strategy, and the current reserve balance for land acquisition in Hamilton is $994,152. Niagara, annual contributions took place between 2016 to 2018. So that $1,500,000 added to an existing balance in the reserve of $298,000 for a current reserve balance of $1,798,176. And I thank you for your attention. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. And folks, I can't see, I don't know whether we want to take this presentation down because Lise may end up having to refer to it. But in the meantime, do you mind just minimizing it right now, Lise? And then maybe I can see everybody's faces to see who wants to speak. So far, I have Councillor Clark, Member Clark, Member Bilsma, and Member Halenga, I think, unless I'm going by my old list here. I think I'm going by my old list there. So anybody would like to speak at this point in time? I have Member Bilsma and I have Member Halenga. I don't see Member Clark. So we'll go with Member Bilsma, please.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. And you're on the right list, but Member Clark did have to leave. He said he was going to leave and he's left, so that makes me first. All I was going to say was, so my comments in the last discussion are actually a little bit more appropriate for this discussion, but so I wanted to kind of reiterate them just briefly. Well, I'll say that I'll reiterate them here, and then just simply add that we have an obligation or a responsibility to petition our local municipalities to make up the difference. And I think what we need to keep in mind is the prior to 2018 budget amounts for capital before the board of 2019 decided to reduce it quite substantially. So I just want to think that even with this 2% increase that we're requesting of the municipalities, at least in Niagara, we're still far short of where we were in 2018 levels. And I think the Finance Committee is aware of that. I think most people are. But as a discussion point, when we go to our municipal counterparts, it's at least in Niagara, it's important to have that in mind. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And Member Halenga, you're next.
Yes, thank you. And the chart wasn't put up in the PowerPoint presentation, but this is referring to the unfunded budget pressures. And it ties in with Member Bielsma's comment that we have a reduced budget and we need to bring that back up. But this is, it's no longer a wish list. These become priorities because they are pressures. And these pressures have to be funded. And I am going to make the assumption that these items on this list are as a result of a appropriate asset management program that identifies that we've got these assets, we have assessed them, we know how much it costs to build them, and we should be knowing also how much it costs to maintain them and should be budgeting accordingly. My ask of all of these asks is that this budget pressures list include prioritizing the items on it as well. They're all listed and possibly alphabetically, possibly by area, but I'd like to see a number as to what staff feels are most important and what should be done in year one and what can slide to year 3 or year 5, etc. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I think that Lise would like to respond. Go ahead.
If I may respond through you, Madam Chair. Member Halenga, we have a newly implemented asset management program that does, in fact, provide exactly that information that you're asking for. So we're still in the implementation phases, albeit almost done. And some of the reports will be coming to the board going forward to outline what the asset base is, what the requirements for state of good repair and all of that information to support the ask. So certainly we'll take your request back to have the listing of unfunded budget pressures prioritized and be able to provide some depth of reporting through the asset management tool that we've implemented.
Member Halenga?
Thank you. That is what I wanted to hear.
Thank you.
Appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to let you know that Member McKenzie and Member Clark both have to leave, so they have gone. I have got, for the second time, Member Bielsma. Was there anyone before that? Member Kaywall, you're the first time. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I'm very encouraged by Member Bielsma's comments and fully support what Member Halenga is also saying. Currently, all of those prioritized projects show below the line, okay? And I don't think that Niagara Region, out of the goodness of their heart, are just automatically going to say, bring some of those projects up above the line. I think there needs to be an explicit ask, okay? And so I'm actually going to make a motion that we amend the recommendation to include one more clause that says that staff include in the 2021 budget presentation to Niagara Region a contribution of $500,000 to replenish the capital reserve. Now, we can argue about whether it's 500,000 or $1 million, but I think there needs to be an explicit ask in there, and Niagara Region can choose to not follow that ask, but I don't think without the ask, they're just automatically going to give us that money. So as I said, Chair, quite happy to move that amendment to the motion.
And I'll second that.
Okay, it's duly noted. It's on the floor and it's been seconded. Are there any questions or concerns about that comment or that motion? Anyone opposed? And I have to make sure that I include Member Fior because she's phoning in or she's not online. Her video is not on, so I just want to make sure that you're still included in here, Member Fior. There you are. We haven't forgotten you. I keep looking at you. Just have to unmute yourself whenever you speak, please. So it's been moved and seconded. Are there any oppositions? Any opposition? Okay, thank you. Thank you for that, Member Kaywell. You still have the floor. Are you done?
I would also be quite happy, Chair, to move the full recommendation that's shown on the staff report, including the amendment we just approved.
Okay, I'll make note of that. We still have a speakers list, and I believe that there is no other first time. I'm going to second time. Member Bylsma, and I also want to ask Member Bylsma, because my internet is very shaky, and our vice chair has just left. I'm going to go to our past chair to take over if the event that I get wiped off the face of the earth here. So, Member Bylsma.
I will do that if it happens, but I'll cross my fingers and wish the best for your internet. All I was gonna add, and I think that it's a bit of a white elephant sitting in the corner of the room, and it's something that I want the members to kind of appreciate. And I don't think it's an idle threat, but at a certain point, in order to meet health and safety requirements and to meet the general ongoing disrepair or continued wearing out of parts and machineries and buildings and such, I don't think it's an idle threat, but the municipalities need to understand, or our funding partners need to understand, that eventually we might have to divest ourselves of some of our properties in order to generate capital. And I don't know exactly how that all happens and such, but there may be we may have to reduce our liabilities and generate a revenue source in order to maintain some of our the rest of our properties. And if the municipalities or even the province continue this road of fighting us to do this, to do the necessary repairs and maintenance of our properties, that has to be something that we recognize as a necessary solution to this. It just has to be said, and we have wonderful properties and we'd love to acquire more, but if we can't maintain what we have, there's just that is the real threat. So I just wanted to kind of get that on the table, which also can be useful in our negotiations with our funding partners.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any other comments before we have it duly moved by Member Kaywell and seconded by Member Bylsma to move the recommendation? And I see Member Woodhouse. Go ahead, Member Woodhouse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The only comment I would make is that when this is being presented to Regional Council, that if it's possible, we get as many members of the board to attend that presentation in support of the actions and the initiatives that we're taking. So there was a number of us that went last time, and I would hope that we get a good representation this time. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we'll just refer back to CIO Sharma to make sure that we all get the invitation. If as soon as you get it, that would be great. And then people can put it in their calendars. Member Foster.
Yeah, Member Johnson, and I'm not sure how things are handled in Hamilton. If someone's coming in to speak, they'll be allowed in through the Zoom meeting, but everybody's allowed to come in through the streaming that's going on with it. So yep. I highly doubt, it's just not practical to have everybody coming in through the Zoom meeting. So anyway, just, unless you want to specifically talk about something, you're not allowed in through that avenue. So anyway, thank you.
That's been our experience when CIO Sharma and I have been visiting different council meetings in Fort Erie and West Lincoln and et cetera. It's very and Thorold. we were actually putting green rooms and then we only came out 2 at a time. So I totally understand where you're coming from, but maybe we can work out something just to show that there is a collective support out there listening. Okay, any other comments before this is moved? I would just at this time ask Member Bylsma if you mind taking the chair just for a second. I just have a quick question. So, or a comment more than anything. With all the changes that we're sitting on right now, it feels like we're sitting on a big bubble and we're just waiting for it to either burst or solidify under our feet. So we don't know how many jobs will be affected by this new 229 that's coming down. We don't know what's going to be affected with the Bill 108. So I'm just going to put this out there that there is some trepidation about any new hires coming forward when in fact we're trying to protect the jobs we have right now. So I just want to make it very cautionary for everyone right now. I don't know if our new hires can just go on a contract for now until we get the dust settled and we understand where we're at and what staffing we do in fact need, maybe more staffing or whatever. So I just want to put that out there as my own cautionary tale to everyone, considering the situation and the political climate that we're in right now. I think everybody is sort of sitting here on tenterhooks wondering what tomorrow is going to bring. So those are my comments. Thank you, Member Bylsma.
Yeah, you have
Member Woodhouse, I just saw your hand go up.
Yes, thank you. To that point, Madam Chair, I think that none of us know exactly where this thing's going to end up. And experience was one in which we have to plan on the basis of what we know, and that we should be confident in if we're going to add these staff, we're adding them for a very logical and reason that it's necessary. The outcome of all of that, we'll find out down the road, but I really believe we need to ensure that we're moving forward as an organization with appropriate staffing in the responsible areas. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comment. It's been duly moved by Member Kaywell, seconded by Member Bylsma. All those in favor, any opposed? I'm not seeing any opposed, correct? Thank you again, Director of Corporate Services. I'm going to try to get a hold of this. Sorry, Lise. Thank you very much, everybody. It has been duly moved. So now we're on to notices of motion. I don't see any or have heard of any. At this time, we usually get a verbal update from the CAO, Sharma, but she's already updated us on the Conservations Act and the budget. Maybe I'll just take questions from anybody who would like to ask CAO Sharma anything that was not covered today, and then we can go to adjournment. Okay, everybody's pretty happy? Good, thank you very much. I know this was a long meeting, folks, but we did spend 2 hours in training. Sorry, Member Foster?
There's one last item on your agenda, verbal update concerning the Conservation Foundation.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't have that here, but I should have.
Yeah, but that's okay. Okay.
Okay, go ahead. Ask for money. Go ahead.
Chair Johnson, you're always forgetting me. So, okay. Anyway.
I'm not. I give you lots of money every quarter.
Okay. Well, and actually, that is a very valid comment that you just made. It kind of leads into the discussion. So, as most of you are aware, we now have a new member of our conservation board. Mary Serginese. She is excellent. She comes with a vast background in fundraising and in conservation efforts in Niagara. So that's been very good for us. We also have signed our memorandum of understanding between the NPCA and the foundation, and we've got ourselves set on a very nice direction with all of these things. We put out to all of our board members back some time ago a challenge, and in your considerations for donating this year, please seriously consider the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Foundation. Part of the MOU is we are to become a source of funding for some of the important capital projects that are going on, sort of those ones that, sort of give the, I don't know if you want to put it this way, it kind of puts the icing onto a lot of the really good things that it is that we are doing. So currently in our review, there's less than 50% of us on the board have donated to the foundation. So we're kind of hoping that everybody will seriously consider who's on the board donations for this year. So with that, thank you, Member Johnson. And by the way, Member Johnson has very generously donated the funds that she receives as chair to the foundation, and that is greatly appreciated. So thank you very much.
My pleasure. So, folks, if there's nothing else, I don't see anybody waving frantically. I would just get a mover and a seconder to adjourn. Member Halinga, Member Brady. Any opposed? All right, everyone, we'll see you in December, and all the best. Please stay safe.
See you.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you all.
Bye.